out strategy-based building games. Get instant payouts with a really easy process with PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 billion paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign-up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
Wake up, maggot! It's time for your annual race war!
Does maggot rhyme with any other insults that are entertaining and can be demonetized? Say if I was still monetized, I'm saying
Oh, you didn't want to be in a race war? Well, too bad.
Oh, well, whether you like it or not, it's happening. And we're taking
You're in
it.
one. Your skin color is your uniform, soldier. Black people on this side, white people on this side, Italians. We'll figure it out later. Jump!
You got the right-wing Jews on one side, left-wing Jews on the other side. That's the Zog. Puppet Masters control the outfit.
Which one of you clearly live or mix the white monster energy with the Kool-Aid pineapple? How many times do I have to tell you? Don't mix them. Now get suited up, soldier. You're heading into your first battle. The comment section of the Nick Fuentes Instagram. Godspeed.
Patriot. Patriot.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of I am your host, Sean Head, and you may know me as Timu Boxy, or perhaps the woman of the Song Biker.
Now it's not worth the suit.
Thank you. Thank you. And a few of you have come here from that last video, so hello, new friends, and old friends, please say hello to the new friends. Do not scare them away. One of the biggest things that happened when I was gone was the conclusion to the Carmelo and
I'll find a use for you.
For those of you who are unaware, for those people,
That's when a lot of black people were like, she is. This is legal to white people. She is. This is nothing. She is. I said she is.
who have no idea what has been going on, don't worry about it, kid. No, but what happened was last year during a Texas high school party, Carmelo Anthony, a 19-year-old student, and Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old student, got into a heated dispute after Carmelo entered Austin's tent.
Yeah, it was very controversial when he stabbed an innocent kid in the heart with a knife. And then it was controversial, obviously. Some people thought that was unacceptable, and some people want you to be able to kill white people legally without repercussions. So, Jedi Master did do nothing, actually ended up in jail.
Rivalry schools tent, an argument followed, and then allegedly Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens," and so Austin shoved him, and Carmelo pulled a knife out, and yeah, Austin then
It was a mostly peaceful but slightly fatal stabbing in the heart.
passed away in his brother's arms. Court argued that that use of force with a knife was completely unjustified, that a single shove did not justify a deadly response. During the trial, jurors...
Also, let's not forget, he said, "Touch me and see what happens," which is literally proving premeditation.
listened to witnesses' accounts of the events, reviewed video evidence, and after a few days, the jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty, and he was sentenced to 35 years in prison.
That nigga's guilty. I got the news right here.
And everyone accepted that outcome because they understood.
And then he was like, "Shit, but what if he goes jail to kill a white man? So you know that white people bought slaves for black people back in the day? And we want to make a little race war forever make it legal to kill white people? Black people still not allowed to kill white people in this country. And it does guilty."
And the law works, and they respect our justice system.
That was funny, because that's actually not what happened. Only good cracker is a dead. Only good cracker is a dead. I wonder what that could mean. I'm trying to figure it out. Make racism stop? Maybe he's anti-racist. Or he just wants to be able to kill white people legally.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion. These kinds of face-to-face, emotion-rising, shouting matches really do no good.
In this video, we are going to discuss
good. Oh, I disagree. I disagree completely. They are radicalizing people everywhere. Why?
insane reactions to the Carmelo Anthony trial, read some tweets, watch some TikToks, as well as debunk a bunch of misinformation, because I am just tired of seeing the same ridiculous, regurgitated talking points repeated ad nauseum by hundreds and thousands of people just believing it as gospel. Hype.
Are these people of a specific ethnic background, or are they just
Made themselves into a race war. No, I am not kidding. That is how bad it is getting. Growing up, I was always told not to judge people based on their appearance. That it didn't matter what gender you were, what your sexuality was.
Can't be too prepared.
Short or tall or fat or thin. I was always
They tried so hard to push that slop down your throat. That's right. It doesn't matter. Straight people adopt babies. Gay people adopt babies. Why would you cross the street for a black person? You wouldn't cross that street from a white person. You wouldn't mess with a Jew, but you wouldn't invest with a gypsy. You know, I'm just being real here. I'm just being real. There are stereotypes for a reason.
told that skin color was not important. And it's not. But you know what is important?
Oh,
your skin's health. So,
oh, yeah. Culture is important. That's right, actually. The color. It's the culture.
They're scanning for me.
So let's not waste any
And consider the socioeconomic factors behind all the people saying only a cracker is a dead cracker.
more time and get straight into this, shall we? They found him guilty so fast right before Juneteenth.
That's right.
These folks are playing in the face.
I mean, to be fair, if you would have never heard this guy, he never got to jail for
Mello's only crime was not allowing himself to get beat down by a white man.
Yeah, that is a white guy.
I think I'm in the
He'll get
clear.
out of prison. That boy ain't getting out of the grave. If he
Like they're celebrating a murder, but they didn't get the right guy. His life was white people get killed.
kept his hands to himself, he'd still be enjoying his white privilege today. White people are not victims of racism. You can't be a victim of a system you created.
Yeah, white people invented racism. And listen, man, white people invent everything. Like, you want me to be that guy? Europeans invented all of the things. So yeah, I guess you can add racism to the list.
Hey, 23-year-old white guy who can't find a job and still lives with your parents. Did you know you created the entire system we're in right now, and therefore it's totally acceptable to hate you and be racist towards you?
I want you to die. Don't
It's the
forget
same
that.
stupid shit they say to men, like, oh, you created the patriarchy. Like, who the fuck are you talking about? Joe Schmo working at Chipotle didn't
I mean, to
create...
be fair, patriarchy exists whether you like it or not. Because ultimately, men have the force to do all the things. So ultimately, patriarchy can never actually be dismantled. The only way to dismantle a patriarchy is with another patriarchy. It is an inherently contradictory position. So it's not that men invented patriarchy. God invented patriarchy. That's how the world exists.
Bitch, the system isn't benefiting white people at all. It's not benefiting anyone except the rich and powerful. The racism equals prejudice was power. One shot at these people. Only a black child can be minding their business, get ambushed, bullied, and pushed around, and become the aggressor, protecting himself.
Bro went into a tent that didn't belong to him, stabbed the guy in the heart, went out, cried, and then he went to jail. And then they all were like, yeah,
But he was quite literally not minding his own business. He was in a rival's team tent and was asked to leave like a dozen times.
actually it was 15 times.
But it's the city, he started escalating it into a fight, and then stabs one in the fucking heart. That's not minding your business.
Why? I have a lot of respect for in general. Why I'm a black friend and then happy Jews. I'm kidding. I would never do something like that. That's obviously bullshit. But I have black friends. Meet my black friend. Equal Justice Clarence Thomas quote. Hey, like those protect your right to get the federal government. That's right. That's right, baby. I just have to say, I have black friends. These are my black friends.
Why did they hire that horrible lawyer? Had to be the worst defense in history. Absolutely no reason Carmelo shouldn't have testified. We gotta do better with who we hire to represent us. Plenty of black lawyers in Texas. His family raised like $1 million on GoFundMe and then blew it all on a new
Yeah,
house.
that's actually because they are low-impulse people that actually are just little materialistic retards that hate white people and want them to die. So the retards don't want white people to die, gave money to the retards. And then the retards use that money to fund themselves because they are hedonistic bullshit motherfuckers that, let's just say they have that ghetto mindset that Africans drive. Again, by coincidence.
In Cadillac. So then they had to get a public defender. That baby was sentenced to 35 years.
He was just a body, buddy.
I love the community note. That murderer was sentenced to 35
They know where I am.
black people. Please carry more than a pocket knife. Get their asses. You mean get their asses before they can get you? That's
right. They want you to kill people before they can arrest you. See, they have entered the infinite spiral of anti-reality.
X. And the effect
But we need to execute these people. We need to execute these people.
is murder. Your Honor, it was only his first murder. 35 years ago, killing a Nazi got you a Purple Heart, but now that a German American is president, it gets you a life sentence. All white people deserve no more.
Could you possibly compare killing a Nazi to murdering a random kid in his sports tent? What are we doing?
Mercy. Now Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old, is a Nazi because he was white. Also, 35 years ago. Does this dude think World War II was in 1991? Black Americans, arm yourselves. This country is officially a terrorist state of white supremacy.
Bro, we gotta, every single person that does this shit obviously should not have the right. I'm just saying. We need to go back to the founding fathers wanted. You know, back when George Washington said to Chaim Solomon, you know, the Jew that financed the Revolutionary War, thank you so much for financing the Revolutionary War. We are our own country now. But don't think the Jews are going to have the right to vote. You know, he was so bad. He was so real. He was so real for them. You know, but it's crazy that we need to do this shit. It's crazy that we have people that actively advocate for murdering white people have the right to vote in our country. It's insane. It's absolute insanity.
You have no reason to abide by or follow any more laws in this country.
You need to follow laws because murderers go to jail. Murder white people.
Law enforcement and these politicians are all terrorists. Let it all fall. Time for judgment. Just as I suspected. Schizophrenia. I recommend logging the f*** off. Do these people just live in a completely different reality? A guy gets put in prison for murder, and they're like, wow, what's the point of it?
I love how everyone needs to... I feel like I'm the only person that's not making believe that this is something it's not. All these people wanted to be legal to murder white people because of some nebulous systemic racism bullshit that they came up with because they were sold by black people to white people back in the day. All right, they were slower than their brethren, so therefore they were caught by black people and sold to white people. They're really mad about it. Now they wanted to be legal to kill whites. That's some sort of weird revenge repercussion situation. The fact that they got sold by blacks. So let's be real here. That's what we're dealing with, and a lot of people. Are lying about it. A lot of people are lying about it. That's what it is, period, the end. Sorry, that's it.
But you don't believe anymore. Nothing of black.
Yeah, no. Well, everyone's trying to apply logic to their arguments. Their arguments are just we want to be legal to white people. That's it.
Son's gotta be the tops of fears. It was the white son that was murdered. Why are they acting like the black son was murdered? Why are you scared of having a black son in this context? Oh, I'm so scared my son will stab someone in front of
Yeah, they're sad that their son will today stab a white person. And
Just stay out of their way for now.
It's actually very simple. No one is willing to look at it through this brain because that's like African warlord shit. But yeah, a lot of our ghetto communities in the United States operate like African shit. Sorry, I don't want to be rude, but that's where we're at.
jail. Like, why bully someone that's 5 million times? That's including Carmelo's own friends, said that Carmelo was the aggressor in the situation.
The actual dynamic engagement is irrelevant to these people, okay? Irrelevant to these people. They're just like, white to the oppressors, the oppressor, therefore.
Just in general, without the example, or a shove, or a push. That's not how that works. 50,000 likes on that bullshit, by the way. 50,000 people saw that and were like, hell yeah. Black kids are the only kids who can't afford to make mistakes without dire consequences. Your Honor, it's a mistake. My clientele will see what you see. A little wookie woo. Black people are held to a higher standard than ever. I mean, something. While others are given grace.
Oh, I'm just expecting that. I'm sorry, bro.
Excuses, and then stop. You don't say that's all. So the held to a higher standard. In this case, she deals with every white woman who thinks she.
You don't think that guy can get opened up
gets used to judge an entire thing.
Savvy, some of them aren't guilty.
Epstein fell and they accidentally stabbed your heart.
Austin fell onto Carmelo's knife, trying to attack him. Because the knife was 3.5 inches, the cut was over 2.
Please look at the next one. These somehow y'all gentlemen are so pretty dumb. Y'all really thought that he was gonna get away with stabbing that kid to death. I can tell a lot of you were raised by hoes. Finally, a normal, sane person. A strong black father tells you early that you can't get away with the same shit whites do. Oh, goddammit. I mean the first half. Why do white people get away with
Bro, you got baited. You got baited. Wait, you think these people have black fathers that are raising them? Dog, get at bro, you got baited. You got baited. That's a troll. We all know they're not raised by fathers. I'm kidding, obviously. I'm making jokes. I'm poking at stereotypes in a comedic way. I'm not harassing anyone, okay? I'm just making funny ha-has and jokes.
What is this? Where do these people live?
It's too! Fortunately, United States of America.
Culture. When you get called for jury duty, do that shit. Make sure you do your part in serving justice. Every black defendant in every court everywhere is Carmelo Anthony.
So they're all murderers? We are all Carmelo Anthony. It's crazy. It's like, you have people on the right being like, we are all Charlie Kirk. You know, a man that preaches the word of God, that builds a family of values.
Just go about your business.
Been and murdered by a vicious retard. We are all Charlie Kirk. We're also trying to be good people in the eyes of God, build families, etc. And then these people, we is all Carmelo Anthony. If I ask you what's your name, you say Carmelo.
Every black defendant in every court everywhere is Carmelo Anthony. Every black defendant in every court case everywhere is a murderer.
I mean, I didn't say it.
Are you sure that's what you want to go with? I love how he's basically like, go do jury duty so you can go blindly support any black person regardless of what they did. What?
Yes, correct. Because despite the fact that everyone's pushing racial equality, bullshit, everyone's systemic garbage, they have always been tribal, like with OJ. Always.
Like, I don't support every white person. Some of you are dumb. What's wild is this wasn't even like a...
And the funny thing is, it's like an actual ghetto mindset. It really is. Look, I don't know a single Jew that supports Jeffrey Epstein. Not a single one. Not a one. Alright? And it's crazy that we need to deal with this shit. And it's always from a lot of different Somali communities where we're all gonna be like, no! Actually a good guy. I'm a character witness. We love this
black guy thing where, like, there might be some debate about, like, police brutality and over-policing and things like that. No. This was just straight up a black kid, a big white kid. And they're losing their minds because he's going to prison over it. Fascinating.
Carmelo Anthony has been white, not only, but he has not been convicted. There have never been charges. The only reason Carmelo Anthony was convicted was because we are broken and bigoted country. Carmelo Anthony.
That's big.
Wow, thanks.
That's big. That's big.
The infant gay Colonel Sanders? I fucking hate them. Yellowstone people a bit. Oh, the big tough country cowboy. Y'all wanted to see how the stars around here. Yeah! Wow. Just freaking wow. Disgusting.
Cardi B, by the way.
This is not justice. This is trying to make an example. Dear white people, don't let this verdict fool you. You'll still get fucked up playing Boston games. Don't let this verdict of a guy who stabbed someone fool you.
They still want you to die, correct?
You're still gonna get stabbed. What a strong suspicion that a lot of pro-Carmelo...
Am I supposed to sit here and make believe that these people
This is what I tried to tell myself for like 6 years about all.
waking up to noticing is beginning!
Oh my god. It's all a CIA psyop. Millionaires to make love to look as unappealing as possible.
No, actually, these people are retarded and
working class. Of course, all-white jury found a black boy guilty. I think himself, you racist white piece of shit. You racist white piece of shit. And it sounds extremely racist. Well, people can't be racist, stupid hoe. It was written for all white people. They did ask to do jury duty in this case instead they would just vote not guilty because Carmelo is,
Quote, I'm gonna put a brother in jail. End quote. Yeah, that sounds biased.
on one hand, I appreciate the honesty. On the other hand, what the
If they say, can you be fair? Don't say,
I'm telling you, man, this Carmelo Anthony shit did put black people in the back of the bus for years. Mentally speaking, of course.
no, I'm not finna put a black man in jail. Don't say that.
I'm not finna put a black man in jail.
Don't say,
Don't, hey, you're gonna run a bench for black murderers. Just do it.
I hate white people, and I don't care what he did.
Just black people hiding their power levels. We are hiding our power levels. In reality, I hate white people. But I'm just gonna fool them. When they ask you a question, you should spit a response. It's all good. It's all good. White people hide. White people hide. And then you
That's
ask
it.
them back.
I'm already gone.
You racist. You gotta put them on the back.
When in this case, okay, and then everybody's like in an uproar because there's no black people on the jury, when damn near half of the black people who could have been on the jury canceled themselves out. You know?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Y'all be regular.
Overruled.
Just be regular.
Oh, God.
That's right. Get
I
it.
am not revealing my Super Saiyan form until it's too late. Don't say. I'm gonna say.
They know I'm here now.
But in reality, we need to keep our brothers out of jail, especially the
there and lie to the court so you can free a person from the murdered a white guy. Incredible stuff. Also, I like how they said, just be regular. Just be regular. Just get on the jury so you can free the murderer. Then return to acting irregular.
Okay. I'm really glad that people are thinking, yes, that's exactly what they're saying. Yes. It also sounds like it's straight out of Africa. Pretty funny.
This case is
MAGA, big Africans, go and no kidding.
really affecting me.
Here they come.
Making me want to go to law school and fight for my people. Sorry. Your people being workers? Is that what you're
Oh, she got it.
Also, if by some miracle we could get into law school, how big is the budget to find out that it's big school? Is in fact
So what did you say? So if you get to law school, it's not so they can actually make some sort of argument-based
You're going down.
I'm happy to help. That's what they want, actually. They're going to get there the whole way, and we're not going to try to get in their way and stop them. They'll be like,
oh, I bet you'll defend Chud the Builder. And like, first of all, it's Chud the Builder. This is how I know I'm getting old. They keep making these random fucking slurs that are overrated. Like, sing them. Did you hear about PB Boy 50 Cent? Like, no, I didn't. I don't know who that is. If Builder killed someone, or in this case, attempted to kill someone, then he should face consequences for that. Yes. Okay, your turn. Should Carmelo Anthony face consequences? No? Oh, that's weird. Looks like only
nigga be this Batman. 13, but also
one of us is the hypocrite here. See, I'm not like you. I have a functioning brain and an IQ of probably maybe over 100. I can look at things on a case-by-case basis and not blindly support or attack something. Like a mindless drone. Let's go see what they're saying over on Blue Sky, shall we?
Oh, let's do it.
Fellow
Oh,
white
man, I would love to see Blue Sky. No, Blue Sky's where the good people are, which is why it's the only social media that wasn't banned in England.
Keep quiet now.
Fine. Stay out of black people's mentions about Carmelo Anthony. We are the reason not one black juror was seated. We are the reason that an appeal filed on those grounds will surely fail. We are the reason Jim Crow is once again law of the land. Oh my god! What has this country come
There's not a lot of birth whites anymore. It's literally all like that.
to when a man can't freely murder another man in cold blood and get away with it? Literally Jim Crow. Yeah, white people cannot be trusted after this trial with Carmelo Anthony. Honestly.
They look, they grew up rich. We would be able to hide them. Executed him on the spot. It is a huge miscarriage of justice. They didn't just execute him. Let's hear what the pedophile community has to say.
Himself against two white supremacists. Now that black people stand up they simply can't handle it.
White fragility is when you put someone to jail.
Steve was off being lynched and now he has to spend decades in prison in racist country. Huh? He was being lynched. Yes. Adaptation or reality or something? What is going on?
The next adaptation is the white guy stabbing the black guy.
Stabby, jail. No stabby, no jail.
Wow, is it really that simple?
The only reason Carmelo was convicted is because he was black. If this was a white boy, there would never be charges filed. I decree that the people who was involved with this case will begin to reap the unjust decision upon their own head to 1,000 generation. All you bigoted racist people. And
67 IQ coming in clutch.
an all-white jury. Of course Carmelo Anthony would
Who
be
wants an
convicted.
all-white?
Not an all-white jury. Yes, an all-white jury. Stop trying to make excuses for racism.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
No, not an all-white jury. Who are they trying to convince? Other people or themselves? Anyone defending Carmelo Anthony knows that they're not defending him in good faith. Carmelo is obviously guilty of a murder that he intentionally instigated. Defending murders like this only hurts the black community.
True.
We need to hold ourselves accountable and hold ourselves to a higher standard. Oh my god, a normal person on Blue Sky. Bro, what are you doing? Get out of there. Go. An all-white jury in Texas convicted Carmelo Anthony of murder. Proof that the U.S. never ended the practice of lynching. Only do it instead. You don't have to
So much for being careful.
Did to recognize the problem with sentencing a child to spend 35 years in prison based off of the deliberations of an all-white jury. Say it again, Lord! Say it again! All-white jury! All-white jury! It's time to play Horseshoe Theory!
I love horseshoe theory.
Tested number 1.
And with the Jews.
Here is the truth. Stop sending your kids to these race schools. Stop sending your kids to these schools. Definitely a white supremacist. Sorry, the tweet is stop sending your kids to these
Stocking up.
white schools.
Wait, was that an option? Wait, this was an option all along? Wait, we could have just psyoped them into doing this themselves? Wait.
And it came from the account that is teacher to defend themselves by any means possible. Keep your black
United States of America is a white space. I'm just gonna be that guy. It's a white space. Everyone that's not white in the United States of America is a white space. Alright? I'm just saying. And, you know, black people are
kids in black spaces as much as possible. Keep your black children on Facebook.
black kids. They're gonna self-segregate. There's no fucking way. There's no way.
If we had segregation still, none of this would have happened.
Man! You know you ain't wrong!
We wouldn't have had no scratches with any white boy because we would have been in an all-black school.
We're going to work.
Holy shit! You know what? I did not expect the black people to be advocating for it, but that's crazy.
Reverse engineer things. We don't want those evil white people drinking out of the same water fountain as us, am I right? Honestly,
And it was daddy.
my honest, real opinion about this, my hot take of the video, everybody. Here comes lukewarm, microwave, 4-day-old mac and cheese take. Here it comes. If they want to go make their own, like, all-black schools, all-black towns, they should be allowed to. Go for it. Black people want to
The liberals are noticing.
go create Wakanda. They should be able to.
I think they should. I mean, hear me out. What if we, alright, good idea. What if we traded Detroit for South Africa? Like just, we can do just a swap, general swap, you go back here, and like we'll make a race swap of some sort, you know? Like, hear me out. We can make like a cool trade in general. Not all South Africa, obviously not areas will trade them for the white people. Right? And Chicago. It will throw in Chicago too.
But white people should be allowed to create Agartha. If people want to willingly segregate themselves, they should be allowed to go ahead and do that. Dead ass. Who cares?
Totally agree. White people want a white-only community in Arkansas. Knock yourselves out.
Everyone else can live in a desegregated society. They can go have their ethno-state. You know, there is only one side that will not be.
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for
Let's
me.
say they do make a white ethno-state. What counts as white? Because 100 years ago, I would not have counted as white. I'm Ellis Island, mystery meat. You know this? Is there like a one-drop rule? Do they like whip out the eye chart at the gate and they're like, ah yes, A10s, you may enter. Is Bernie Venti allowed in the white ethno-state? Honestly, she's like an honorary Aryan at this point. She white mods me. Anyway, we are getting distracted. Where were we?
Yeah, the point is, at this point, I feel just take anyone that's like European. When people be like, alright, you're European, you pass. That's fine. That's fine. I've seen Somalians, everything changed. Oh god, I've seen Haitians.
Oh yes. Hell. We were in hell. I'm black. I haven't stabbed anyone in the chest after being asked to leave a tent. I'm not in prison. I'm free. It's not hard to not commit a crime.
It was literally that easy.
I appreciate the second. How did we get to the point where this is like a breath of fresh air? Let's check the replies.
He's so brave. He's so brave for not stabbing anyone in the head.
Hopefully people are agreeing. Shut your whole ass up. Emmett Till didn't commit a crime either. What happened to him? You're not black. You're not black. You're a boy. Maybe black, but you ain't black. Yes, because being black is supporting all black people everywhere. All the normal black people are just they're called pygmies for having a brain and not going along with this race grievance bullshit. Every time like they speak out about this, they're just told is that a slur? Like I know what that's like to a degree, translated TikTok, but like I know what it's like watching people in your community like fucking morons. I feel you. I'm my brothers. Oh my god. Editor. By the way, if you want an uncensored, version of this video and all the videos a day early, sign up to be a member on my Patreon. Link down below. All Patreon members get the uncensored, uncovered version. You can hear me say, it's...
Oh, I need to start uploading like crazy, uncensored, unhinged stuff to Patreon. My entire YouTube channel is monetized for harassment. If you can support me on Patreon, that would be awesome.
My god.
Shoot, look how fat this lady is. Oh, women! You realize how many African children could be fed? Like, if she would just decide to skip a meal?
First of all,
Safe. For a few minutes, anyway.
staring at her to kill them. Those are giant attacks just off the courthouse, and any white person can get it for real. I don't give a dig Austin Metcalf up and stab his ass again. Apparently, a bunch of people on TikTok are doing the Austin Bop, where they dance to a song made about Austin Metcalf's murder while reenacting the stabbing. They were also making AI photos of themselves kissing on Austin's grave. You know, I was always told,
Man! Black culture, no, I'm kidding. Man, wouldn't it be brutal if it turns out that a lot of these people are white? I would be like, that would be great.
by the content of their character. Only by judging these people by the content of their character. What the f*** these people are freaks. Martin Luther King Jr. would be rolling in his grave looking at all this.
No, Luther King Jr. was like, well, all we need to do is we need to get an equal way, and all humans will just be the same, and all cultures will be the same.
Anthony, a black teenager, has been sentenced to 5 years in prison after being convicted by a jury with no black jurors. No black jurors. Who is this moron? Who is this idiot? Oh! Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter. Wonderful. Awesome. It's been a good 12 years
Like, am I oh, God. What are we looking at here, man? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Is that it? That is an randomized oblivious character building. Oh, shit, I'm home. That's a good tiny fucking Pokemon. Oh, dude. And like, there are so many things I want to say, but I know I can't. Because I, personally, am not insulting this man's immutable characteristics. You know, I am going to insult his mother for having sex with his cousin, but I am not going to insult this man's immutable characteristics. Now he's acting. Something. Witness is all.
I don't give a fuck about no.
Here they come.
You thought the worst part would be what he looks like, and then he opened his mouth. Oh, his broken smell is infrared, brother. Oh my God, dude. I'm kidding. I would never make that joke.
Just looking at Austin.
I'm just insulting it because the content of his character is insane. Insane.
I don't care anymore.
This man is going to jail.
Because it ain't no good in this. It ain't nothing good that's in this. But they trying to lay the law down. All that. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up.
Like, I don't... Listen. I cannot speak. I can't say a thing. When I start uploading on Rumble, everything's going to be different. Or everything's going to be different when I start uploading to Rumble. Like, I am trying to be as polite as I can. Like, I swear to God, I have seen this man's face before painted on the inside of caveman walls.
All that. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up.
What those tables, trees, rainbow. Oh, but I can't. I'm
Like, I don't care anymore, because it ain't no good in that it ain't nothing good that's in this but they try to lay the law down up that y'all gotta give it up, gotta give it up.
Yeah, we're insulting the content of his character, just to be clear. We're not judging it based on any form of beautiful character.
Beautifully said. Thank you, sir.
There isn't a black American on earth that is surprised by what just happened to Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, he's a murderer. He went to jail.
Not one black face in that jury box, not one peer, not one person who has ever navigated this country in melanated skin. If you think that doesn't matter, then you haven't been paying attention to the last 400 years of American history because you don't want to. This is not new. This is the system working.
I think they should move down. If America's so bad, they should go down. You know, like, I'm tired of this shit. You can't go there. No one will stop you.
There's gotta be a way to...
First of all, the Black Panther march was cringe. It's gotta go. This is the 1960s. You aren't protesting segregation. You're making a fucking TikTok video, okay? Second of all, this is the system working exactly.
Yeah, we jail murderers here. Of course, we'll execute them enough.
Yeah, I hope. When you kill someone, you go to jail. Like, am I missing something? It was actually a refreshing change that the system was working for once. I'm trying to waken up the headlines like, man who burnt corpse on subway gets 5 years in jail. Like, I'm not kidding. That was like a real squad. It was illegal again. The real headline I saw the other day.
I'm gonna say it to nobody else to say it. Austin. Blanchard ain't dead. Man, but I hope they get this message to have a good day in here, Austin. I hope you over there burning up. I'm so proud of y'all. Now, what?
It's incredible. It's incredible. It's almost like they just know why people get killed.
Wait for it. Then now you just put it to them, y'all. Oh, my only problem is it should happen more. They why you up. Matter of fact, I wish I knew the little white boy grave was.
More requests to take you on.
Are any of these videos still up? There are so many of these videos. Are these people like
They are retarded demons. That's right. That's what we're dealing with. And yes, some cultures are inferior to others.
CIA psyops? It's not so bad that people are actually going out.
And everyone is doing it. Everyone is trying to cope with the fact that, but I was told that all cultures are the same. This is really bad. This is really bad.
Assaulting white people to
The
get
bar is it now. They just had to be like actually stabbing white people in the heart of the
revenge. Obviously, I can't show these videos, but there were multiple instances of this. These people live in a delusional, alternate reality, and they're becoming radicalized to take revenge for shit that isn't even happening. But like every other fucking week, I have to read another stupid New York Times article, and like 20-year-old white boys fighting. Oh, wait, they watched Jordan Peterson's like so washed to believe that they're racist because they use like edgy memes. No, you're racist with your fortune. These people are racist. Maybe levels. These are like level 9 racists. I've seen your racist front groups. Do not care what races are. Don't get me racist. These people are significantly more racist than you will ever be. Now, even the KKK, level 10 racists, won't have puppets to conceal their identity. These people are out here posting their full government name and face.
I don't know what I ain't got nothing to tell them about.
I deadass got a look.
I got nothing to tell them no more. I don't even kill white people anymore. I miss America when you have to kill white people that burn down the country to kill white people. I miss good old days when you used to overdose on fentanyl, used to burn down America and steal shit. Now, steal shit from life. Steal shit from other places. Walmart. People steal every Walmart. I'm very safe though. They hope to support a mission of Morse Field. Who are able to reach the Morse Field protected from that?
Look at my sweet innocent son one day and explain to him that people hate us simply because we were born black.
Yeah, and if you're murderers, you hate you if you kill people mostly, yeah.
How am I supposed to tell my son, oh, you know, not to kill people? Like, okay, sorry. It's like people, okay? I don't know.
Hey, man, don't you get out of here. He's not all of the shit. Hey, my boy, he's in the jail. And we'll think of CBS. I just had to do it.
It's a completely different experience that I will never understand. But in this case, nobody is hating Carmelo because he is white. They're hating Carmelo because he like what? I basically said this on Twitter, and some liberal account was like, remember when Shu was a leftist?
Oh, love us. That's a lot.
It's the famous leftist policy being pro-war.
Right. Leftist policy is pro-murder. 1.1 million babies were murdered via abortion this year. 5% of our generation was murdered. Yes, actually, leftist policy is pro-murder. And yes, obviously, it extends into other areas. Yes, leftist policy is pro-murder. Correct. I'm glad that people are starting to get it. Yes. Leftist policy is also pro-stealing. It was steal from people that earn money, but redistribute it to people that didn't earn money. Yes. Thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not murder are both leftist policy positions, except in the affirmative. Thou shalt not covet if this too. Oh, there should be nothing. There should be this. Or I'm taking money from people. Honestly, right now. Yes. Yes, thou shalt not covet is also a classic leftist position. Thou shalt not commit adultery. If you focus up and you look at infinite recorded gay sex happening over there, oh, get out of here, bro. The Ten Commandments are suggestions for these people. The pride community is literally the seven deadly sins and their tenets and laws. Yes, the left loves that shit. Yes, they're evil bastards. Again, Shuanet called me out for being openly brutal to the left. I'm not brutal enough. I remember Shuanet called me out back in the day.
said no, he shouldn't have brought it to a track meet, but it was there. It had a 3.5-inch blade. But also in that backpack, he had snacks. He had school puzzles, and he had a cross.
You're hungry, yes. The defendant may have had a knife, but he also had Cool Ranch Doritos.
Just stay out of their way.
A real lawyer, by the way. That woman is a real lawyer. There were thousands and thousands of videos and tweets just like this. You probably get the point. These weren't just like cherry picked. They were everywhere. But it wasn't just Twitter nobodies and Blue Sky nobodies. There was also hidden Congress people saying this.
Yeah. They live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the men have probably never spent a day living that way.
Yes, someone's teenage son was rude, but please keep in mind the real videos.
It seemed like it was a multi-tool, like with the little scissors and everything, whatever. What was wrong?
Your Honor, the knife my client used to kill the man was small. By the way, I've not seen a single Democratic politician come out and disavow this idiot until now.
They love the criminals. They love the rapists. They love the illegals. They vote for them. And they defend them. Well, exactly.
I'm just going to say
They borrow on money and the victim of 9/11. That's exactly how it was.
They all agree. What's funny is they can't come out and disavow it because they'll all be attacked and called racist, and they know it. This was a viral Substack by a Are you ready for this? Dear Jeff Metcalf, your son is dead because you failed to teach him that black race. Yesterday evening, Jeff Metcalf, father Austin Metcalf, used his victim impact statement to Carmelo Anthony directly after he was sentenced to 35 years after the court treated his act of survival as murder. The elder Metcalf reportedly described Austin as a boy, twin, son, leader, true warrior. He remembered him as a baby grabbing his finger. He talked about teaching him to fish, watching him take his first bite, and seeing him grow up too fast. He spoke of the scholarship created in Austin's memory and said his family has been robbed. And right there, his own words, Jeff Metcalf told on himself. In your own memorial language, you told us about the kind of white boyhood Austin was raised inside. It was a boyhood steeped in
Boy, you murdered an innocent man and now you're justifying it.
unquestioning, hunting rituals, warrior myths, masculine toughness, and the
Yeah,
role
these are all good things, actually, when you're retarded.
romance and force. You told us about a child raised for not just being kind, curious, gentle, and careful, but for becoming a leader and a warrior in a racist culture where those words too often mean dominance. This psycho saw a grieving father describe his son as a leader and a warrior, and freak the fuck out because his son is white, and therefore that's like racist. In the world, white people are like only sorry, none of these things are all just the way that they are, just like absolute punks, just like rolling over and showing their bellies. White people can't dance. White people, like, they don't season their food because being anything other than that gets you treated like this. Reminder that this is a professor in a college teaching students right now, and you wonder why people are the way that they are. I swear we had it made in the 90s. There's something that was like peak. Do you feel like, hey, maybe I'm just like nostalgic? I don't know. I feel like race relations were better back then. It was all like, oh, please. And then they flipped it, and they were like, actually, you don't see color of your race and stuff. And all of your white privilege and your politics were like, what the fuck? I feel like our worldviews have been shattered. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? We can't just all be in a circle and sing Kumbaya. What is this? Like, I was always taught from my parents, from my teachers.
And everyone's just been psyoped into thinking this way. It's crazy. It really is.
Judge people, understand color, blah, 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 blah. And, like, were these people just not taught that? Were they not taught that? I feel like they were just taught from a young age, like, white people bad, like, it was just hammered into their fucking
Yeah,
head.
you gotta shatter this worldview. Actually, maybe justice and morality from God. It doesn't come from whatever these retards are teaching you. So yeah, obviously, their entire ideology is based on retarded bullshit. It really is. It's basically duct tape that's holding this shit together. You know, Obama, the great divider, as they call him. Everyone's trying to push their retarded garbage. Yeah, obviously the cultures are worse than that. You see what they're based on. The cultures that are based on the Bible are better than the cultures that are not based on the Bible. Period. The end. And the reason is because they worship demons. Yep, that's right. That's why it's worse. And the culture's worse. sorry, it's pretty obvious, actually. You know, and if you have that perspective on life, start to recognize. You're just like, you're better than listen. So therefore, yeah, they're shit. Sorry,
I can get out of
that's just
this.
where we're at. Gallon fuzz, -5 subs. So yeah, okay, that's just normal. And it should only be considered normal to look at it from that perspective.
And like honestly, like white people get told that in like university, like they go to college and they get told white people bad, white people bad. It's really
And
upsetting.
again, imagine having zero actual moral foundation to any of the things that you're saying, right? Like again, if you're brought up to believe in fucking nothing, right, and you're just literally manipulated and groomed into this belief system by your teachers, by your college, then yeah, obviously you're gonna believe in the unbelievable because why shouldn't you? That's what all these other wise people have told us, and it makes me feel better. It makes me feel bad. When you recognize the suffering that you caused other people 1,000 years ago. Yeah, that is what we're actually having. And the, like, mind control, the care.
A family had to bury their child, and it's all because in a normal world.
I mean, I think it is about
They won't see it coming.
ultimately, I think the fact that this black guy and the white guy I think it is about right? Because some of these people are definitely
Outrage. Come to live in normal world. I would like to believe a majority of people don't believe in some like.
Hey, well, again, I still think that this is even though to be clear, I don't think so. But it's way too many.
The race war thing and still by all bullshit. Like I just want to be like, okay, this is just a minority of people. I come from. So that was that video. Hopefully you got some enjoyment out of my brain freaking.
Yeah, it was brutal. I love watching the awakening. I love watching people actually wake up and realize that people because you're moral, their mind, their foundation was broken, their life was broken, and now they're the truth is very or you disconnect them from an actual moral foundation because they don't have a moral level. Anything decided this is moral now. We decided that it will give consent, so therefore it's moral. If you base an entire world
Down you go.
in a tough case, then yeah, it's gonna fall apart and collapse. Inherently non-functional. And ultimately morals are given to you by higher power. Your opinion really doesn't mean that much actually. And you wake up and realize, wow, somehow these cultures that are literally worshipping demons are actually fucking retarded. Man, I could not have seen that coming whatsoever. What a shock.
Back to your business.
This video was recorded live at Pinky.com/Nuxenor. I am there live every weekday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, I tell the truth a little bit before the preview, so they demonetize my entire channel. Any support you could actually give me would be incredibly appreciated. I have a Patreon linked in the description, or you can show up during my stream. Regardless, I'm just grateful that you're here. This is my non-gamer wine man, and usually I force her to play games completely blind, while I sit there and take notes like a psycho. But this time it's different, because Dark Souls is one of my favorite games of all time.
Set this
So
here.
I got her to play for a week, while I sat there answering any questions she had at any time. The only problem is that Dark Souls is infamously hard, while Amy's gaming skills are wonderful. So I usually play weird, but this journey has some of the highest highs and lowest lows I've ever seen.
I can't see where I am.
A few seconds before we started, I gave Amy all the context she needed for this playthrough. It was 1 second. Welcome to Dark Souls. It seems like Elden. Apologies to all the Zoomers for making that so long. Hopefully you're still with me. Right away, while making her character, Amy can't help but make her first observation.
Is it blurry? Is it your screen or is it the game?
It's a very old game. It's like 14 years old, so yes, it's blurry.
Not hers. So just because your screen's big.
Yeah, it's because I have a 6 screen.
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Well, it looks like I spoiled her with all those modern AAA titles. And now it's time to culture. Next, Amy had to decide which class she would choose. Fine. Then came the starting gift, and the only thing I say is that she banned from the master key, as this item allows you to open certain doors earlier than you would usually. God forbid she does a sequence break in her playthrough like I did, accidentally skip some of the hardest area in the game. Eventually, Amy chooses the Tiny Beings ring, seeing that it grants a small increase to health. She remembered the big red bar was useful in Elden. Amy also mentions that the black hair on a black background is quite difficult to see, and I couldn't agree more. Give me an ingredient or something near that account. She quickly finishes her character, calls him Rob, and it was time for the first cutscene. Name's called up because she's right about that actually. There's 1 second of loading screen before the next one begins. And in that second, there's a bunch of words. And what to do this because has something she needs to read on a loading screen. However, Amy panicked because she thought she was supposed to have read it all. You can tell, but Amy noticed that all loading screen info is optional. Yeah, that loads up for about 15% of the total story. So, okay, we're in Dark Souls for real now. I chose offline mode because it's objectively better, and as soon as Amy gets control of her character, she can't even notice that something looks funny. Then she wrote the first message on the ground and had a very interesting
And
reaction.
stop tensing up.
That's what the message said.
Now, I didn't know much of this at the time, but Amy seemed confused and disappointed that the message was representing a character completely in the world. Someone in the actual environment that might have explained like what's going on, but instead it was a meta reference to the video game's camera control, which is really her emotion a little. I did not expect her to be interested in the story after just one cutscene. So it's safe to say it mainly pulled her out like this, but considering the direct storytelling is like 50% over at this point, I guess they had to rip the band-aid off somewhere, huh? Okay, now, I know some of you are probably thinking, Jez, isn't Amy really an actual gamer at this point? Don't we have to change the title? Well, I'm going to give you 3 quick reasons she isn't. Point 1, she's playing this at gunpoint and the baby demands. Point 2, every time there's a new pop-up, she has to physically look down at the controller to find each button. And point 3, because there's usually a few months between each game she plays, there is very little mechanical tension happening. So if you don't want to do a thing, don't know how to do that thing, and can't remember anything about that thing, you are not really a doer of that thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. I'm learning stuff.
The game then teaches her some basic controls, including lock on, which she almost misses but just tries before leaving the room. Hopefully she remembers this exists and doesn't just raw dog the enemies for the next hour. Amy rests at the first bonfire, opens the double doors into what will become her first major obstacle of the playthrough.
Every door. Give away. They're fast. I can remember. All this and kill this. They kill this thing, really?
No, they're hunting me.
This is bad.
To Amy's credit, she immediately found the correct balance instead of trying to fight the boss with a broken sword. But this is where Amy hits her first point of mechanical friction, the Dark Souls inventory. Now, Amy's about to do something weird, but before she does, let me quickly answer a question I get all the time. Jess, how did you marry such a hot little baddie? And the answer is one word and one word only. Manscaped. Because here's the thing, I used to be just like you, painfully average in every conceivable way. Then I started using Manscaped to sculpt my beard and balls into masculine works of art. But it's not about the visuals, even though you will look more attractive immediately. It's about the confidence. You will have the aura of a king that knows the entire realm will fondle his balls as he requests it. And only Manscaped has the tools worthy of such a powerful man. Using the Beard Hedger Plus is like God himself, stroking your chin and whispering the following 2 words. Well done. I've been using their products for years now, and I've had so many wins in that time that it's starting to get boring. So isn't it time you reclaimed the throne and restored dignity to the empire? You can only do that by going to manscaped.com. Use the code JES15 to get 15% off plus free shipping. Sponsored by Manscaped and the Universe of God. After collecting her first shield, the game tells her to go into the change equipment menu, which she does successfully. The problem is, because she can't see the shield at a glance, maybe assumes she doesn't have it yet, when in reality these are the items she currently has equipped. So she would need to equip the shield. She definitely grabbed the shield. Amy reads the other message, looking for an explanation. When it tells her how to guard the shield, she knows she's missed nothing. She goes back to the first message, nothing. Back to her equipment, still nothing. Then she goes to her inventory and does find the shield, but alas, you cannot equip a weapon from this menu. Finally, going back to the equipment menu, she sees the small shield icon. This inspires her to select that slot, where she's able to find and equip the shield for real. Next, Abby finds the long sword on the ground and immediately equips it in the right hand. It's time to cut a bench. She finds a tooltip that explains how to backstep and dodge roll, except it doesn't say dodge roll, it just says roll. Is it a spring roll? Are we rolling back the clock? I'd love some specificity here, you know what I mean? Also, one of these two skills is infinitely more important than the other, but they are presented equally. This is a crazy vague post for literally the most important skill in the game. It would be such a shame if Amy
Save these for the trail.
several more days of this playthrough. Wouldn't that be tricky?
So they're finally closed this one. We have to first all now dead.
Amy doesn't know it, but her new main objective is to go through the hole in the wall the ball just made. For a brief moment, as she runs past, we can see that there's a very interesting knight lying on the ground, begging to be spoken to. Alas, Amy was distracted in a moment and misses this big hole completely. You won't catch me missing a giant hole, I'll tell you that. She heads up the stairs, gets jump scared by the hollow, tries to lock the door, walks back down the stairs, and still doesn't see the opening. I think it's just too dark, which is awfully convenient in a game titled Dark Souls. What's next? A currency called Souls? Get real. Anyway, let's fast forward a bit because Amy is actually stuck. She gets lost, fire, goes back to previous areas.
Looks good.
Fixates on this unreachable item for so long I have to beg her to move on. And finally, after what felt like 2 hours, she sees the god rays through the hole in the wall. The knight gives her the Estus flask and a key to progress.
Is that for anything like the stamina bar or something? Oh, sure. So I guess I have to go back to the boys.
Amy had finally noticed her stamina bar and her soul, or as she calls them, honeys. Also, calling the fog wall a glowy fountain is so much better than any name I could ever come up with. Why would even bother? Now, let's see how attempt 1 goes.
It's the big baddie. Oh, he sees me. Okay. Do I have to face the baddie to get out of this?
Man, he's facing baddies.
Oh, that's my favorite. I just want big treats. More treats.
Once again, I'm reminded of my challenge. Finding baddies is Amy's least favorite thing. She'd much rather pick treats and adopt children. Unfortunately, that's not one is the godfather of all baddies I can get. So I would have my work cut out for me getting her to have any fun.
Probably needed a wash.
Getting back to the bottom without using all the lava. Because standing between her and the kobold are 4 enemies that are all trying to chip away at her. Immediately, first hollow, accidentally drinking a glass of full health, bandage roll, and try to sprint. And over accident, because trying to roll again, the bag of leaves starts straight into the rugby. The touch gives them a huge roll, and the guard finds it out. That's on the touch, the wall wall. So aggressively, Eddie's souls are just by the door. Treat Dark Souls will be dying, drop all the souls, and have the exact location. If you can retrieve or ask again, pick it up. Otherwise, they won't work. Amy is very relieved could be because she's still getting $380 in a lot. And it's hard to tell her that it's not me. And that she is well below the poverty line. However, Amy had her own thoughts about the souls she just selected.
Let's be real. I'm not there.
And we paused for a moment and instead of going back to the bonfire to heal and get her flasks back. Obviously this would respawn all the enemies and therefore be useless.
This'll help.
After a moment, Amy decides the bonfire is too far away and she simply can't be bothered. I notice Amy's also feeling overwhelmed by the controls here and can't remember which button is which, so spends some time looking down at her controller trying to formulate a plan. It almost works actually because Amy is so close to doing a plunging attack. Unfortunately, she presses heavy attack instead of light attack and presses it slightly too early just before actually stepping off the edge. The rest of her attempts go through. Maybe we were surprisingly optimistic as we started attempt 3. To her credit, she does a trick of blast on the first technique. However, she can't get her
He's really getting me good. What happened last time? Since I played any game, doing the same thing that I usually do. I press a lot of buttons.
Then she opens overcommits the two enemies around the corner, while also standing within range of the archer. Not only does she take a bunch of hits here, she's fallen victim to one of the most annoying enemies in Dark Souls, a tight corridor. In this game, if you stand too close to a wall and try to swing your weapon, you will hit the wall and do no damage. You surely won't get her killed repeatedly. Amy is so committed to learning the box without she actually reads the message on the ground. In her excitement to do this move, she enters the room really hurt and has to quickly drink 2 flasks on the left, which gives the boss just enough time to go for a slam dunk. Amy finally hits the plunging attack, but it's nothing but air. This was being and I was go for it. But Amy didn't care about any of that because there was only one thing she wanted to do. At one point, to assert her dominance, she runs back in directly in front of the boss. This is beautiful level of horror. Get off, you underneath it. Almost dies, but still about 40% of the boss attempt. Not bad. Okay, it's attempt 4. It's while Amy is starting to lock in. Because these attempts are really bothering her.
Hold the line!
She was improving rapidly. She kills the first step, takes no damage. She made the next 2 enemies around the corner, one at a time. Again, killing them both and taking no damage. The archer, she guards the whole way and takes no damage. But although this wasn't the best, Amy was starting to feel the pressure.
My hands are sweaty.
While standing outside the dock door, Amy mentions that it would be great if she didn't have to turn the camera so much, noting that it would make things way easier. When I ask her if she thinks there might be a way to do that, to pause it for a moment, she says, "Oh yeah, I can lock in." She means log on, but that's another huge breakthrough. Amy quickly runs me through her current plan.
So let's try to exit me fine.
That's
So
it?
I gotta
Nothing
jump
to
off.
see
I gotta
here.
press that button. Once I jump off, not too early, but don't jump off the platform too late, otherwise I'll die. Or he'll jump, and I'll miss it anyway, and then he'll squish me with his button.
Watch the flanks!
No matter how the boss is coming, she doesn't care less though, because she's already straight for that cash. Would this be the run though?
It's coming. Okay, I'm just like, pressing my buttons. In my mind, am I pressing something else?
Pretty good.
Take it. Wait. It's not me.
Move in!
Yes.
My reach isn't that long. Keep up the pressure!
That's what the game boss takes away outside. I asked her, what do you think about the game so far?
Not as bad as Elden Ring.
Amy's hatred of Elden Ring runs deep. Hates seeing the king being slandered by a peasant. Next, Amy read an unexpected message from the devs.
Good job. That's encouraging. That's great. Yeah, let's go. No other games encourage me like that. I love that. Yeah, give me a good old card. Thanks, game. Great.
So the tutorial was over. It was time to head to Violent Shrine. On the way, Amy made an astonishingly accurate observation about the story so far.
So I was dead and now they're going to undead me? No, I was undead. But they're going to undead me?
She's exactly right about this. I can't believe Amy has learned more about the lore of this game in 1 hour than I actually my entire playthrough. She had straight to the combat.
Don't ease up!
3 levels in the side mode. Remember that extra health had been really useful for her in Elden Ring. So Amy had made it to Violet, which is something I wasn't actually sure would happen. But now that she wants here, I secretly set a goal. By the end of this playthrough, she was complete one of the 2 big bells. I'm ambitious to reach either one requires multiple.
Flush them out!
But this was our new North Star. Now, if there's one thing that Amy hates, it's having an ugly character. So she starts day 2 by consuming that 1 humanity from earlier. But there's a little more to this item than meets the eye.
I did not think that was so simple.
Don't ease up!
Jokes on her, because consuming that item only adds to your soft humanity, which is this number in the top left. She's merely holding this humanity, which is not the same as being human. You see, Amy's currently holding, and to reverse that, you have to offer some soft humanity at a bonfire. Why? Because these fires are hungry little freak boys that want to gobble your bits. Also, if you die, you just revert to being hollow again, so this is all mostly pointless. especially for Amy. Up next, she speaks to the nearby sad boy who gives her the main objective of this entire area. Find the 2 bells, one on top and one down below. While exploring the nearby area, Amy mentions that this game doesn't have a mini-map and that she misses having one. I think those gave Amy a general sense of direction that this game lacks. If she wants more HUD elements, maybe it's time for a Ubisoft game. Those guys have mastered the art.
Keep up the pressure!
Amy steps out to Amy. Miyazaki wants to quickly crush your balls and bring you straight back to reality. Don't forget that in this world, you are piss on carpet. Every Dark Souls player has been ravaged by these skeletons at some point. Not a best follow in those footsteps. Now, my problem was that Amy has lost almost everything she's learned. When we played 2 days ago, but real life is tricky. Sometimes it takes a few days to find the time to explore these things. Right back to the graveyard and grab that money. What we know is that to get there, Amy solves the old soul trick. Direction and found the upward path. Once again, forgetting the tactics she'd learned on day 1, Amy was still running into large groups of enemies and immediately getting overrun. Not to mention the camera control was abysmal. She spent most of this fight somehow not even looking at an enemy. But to my great surprise, she killed everyone. I couldn't believe she was walking away from this one alone. Along the first one, couldn't help but notice that her character had changed again.
I was not sick for like a minute. I was not sick because I
thought Amy was starting to make progress in the game. She surprised me by showing that she was a normal, run-of-the-mill tunnel of Amy. This was actually a big deal.
What is that? What is that? What is that? That's nasty. I'm supposed to go didn't say it. Can I directly stop on target? No, I thought you thought. I know I'm killing people. Looks like a sore rat or something. I'm gonna drive me in the dog. But it's not a pop, right? It's a big oh, okay. Does it actually get suppose it's not that bad, but still.
Well, if it isn't me procrastinating a small task for weeks, only to complete it in 5 minutes. Amy makes her way up through more of the undead berg and finds herself face to face with another fog wall. And to her, this can only be one thing.
The last time I did that, there was a big oh, nope. Please, don't tell me I have to go back to the low campfire. Give me some tipsy. Look at all the baddies.
Good news for Amy is that this isn't a boss fight. The bad news is that there's still a bunch of enemies. My face when there's even more enemies in my video game. At this point, Amy knows she has enough souls for a level up, so she really doesn't want to die here. But to spend those souls, she needs to visit a bonfire. To find that, she has to go through
That's it. I'm already gone.
long and boring backtrack. Welcome to the golden gameplay loop of Dark Souls. There's a constant rising tension between how much you gain and whether you'll lose it. Amy locks in for the next group of enemies and makes her way up the stairs. Amy now has a trademark feeling of a comfy bonfire on the There is an entire genre of community dedicated to this moment. After reconstruction, she decides that one more point towards health is ideal. And Amy steps off again towards the top of the undead berg. Soon she climbs the ladder and possibly go wrong.
Low and quiet, that's it.
Amy's next strategy is to sprint past all the enemies and quickly grab her money. The problem is, She doesn't know where it actually is, and that running past all the enemies is tricky, especially when you haven't learned how to manage your stamina.
There's another way. I didn't do that today. There's too many of them. I'm gonna die. Dead. Oh, he's gone. This is fun. Just as frustrating as Zelda.
I feel a bit frustrated.
Tricky. Not good.
Amy was legitimately mad at this point and had to take a moment to reset. All the reasons she hated Elden Ring were starting to flood back. Now, I was in a tough spot because I wanted her to love this game and was willing to help at any time. But because Amy was frustrated, she wasn't really in a headspace to ask for any help. So, not wanting to overstep, in these moments, I opted to wait for her to come to me last. 2 attempts later, Amy is still flustered and things are getting worse.
Wow.
At this point, I was feeling pretty bad for Amy, so I do give her a tip. Without realizing it, she had begun to one-hand her sword, which meant that she was no longer one-shotting the enemies.
Pass the test.
I reminded her about two-handing, and soon Amy tells me that killing the enemies with one hit feels so much better. With things looking up, we are slowly but surely making our way towards the next boss room. When she eventually finds it, Amy has a bad feeling that she's about to lose all her souls, so asks me for some honest advice. Does she go through the door and probably lose everything, or make her way back down to level up? Knowing that she needed a win, I recommend she use the Homeward Bones in her inventory to just teleport back to the last one. So that's what she does. She levels up, and Amy has now put an extra point in both strength and dexterity, having to increase her damage output a little. I could tell Amy was starting to feel better, because on her way back up, this happened.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
She didn't rage the killing is a very good start. Amy takes some time to arm this bird. Eventually, to my surprise, when killing this armored hollow, Amy finds the weapon with a 2% drop chance, the battle axe. Not only that, but it actually happened twice in a row. 2 hollows, back to back, both dropped a 2% battle axe. I immediately jumped up Holly's market, then Holly said, yes, we lost it all, but that was like nothing that fun. Anyway, this is huge for the players, because the battle axe has way more damage and kills all the enemies. One blast it does. The light attack itself is a huge horizontal attack, which makes hitting both single and group enemies much easier. Finding a weapon that suits your playstyle is a pretty dark process. While she back up, Amy was now
Oh, I found this.
mocking her enemies. They yearn for the undercover to become the bonfire for another level up. Amy has thought that's pretty again. Amy intuitively knows that it was awful video for the little band. Most games get around this. So you don't move and you figure off the counter. And you will use the camera while you're switching, but it will be slightly too slow, so if you already know the way, it's pretty annoying. Amy learning corporate of this is laughable, and while we do have a controller with back paddles, the extra button is way too confusing. So it is what it is. Heading back to the boss room, Amy learns another brutal Dark Souls lesson. Back up.
I'm trying again. I can't even get to the next section. I can't even do it. I've leveled up so many times. This is frustrating.
Even though Amy was getting stronger, truth is, any enemy can still kill you at any time. I also noticed that she's still making 2 big mistakes. Firstly, running into an entire group of enemies instead of taking them on one at a time. And secondly, panic spamming the attack button, which is fine in most games, but Dark Souls remembers and will put those button inputs into a queue. So long after Amy wants to stop attacking, her character keeps swinging because she pressed the button too many times. At this point, frustrated, I give her some more advice. I tell her to try and take on the enemies one at a time wherever possible. This helps, and soon she's able to make it back to the boss room. How would Amy do against the hardest enemy in the game so far? Couldn't wait to find out.
I liked the other game that I played. Oh, no. I'm terrified right now.
actually did a lot more damage than I would have guessed.
I knew I was gonna die, so I just kept spamming the button.
If you had just healed once or twice, you actually
Big fatty bit.
M1 kept going unbelievably well. If she managed to kill him on attempt 2, that would be faster than me trying my hardest on my own playthrough. But the Taurus demon still had some tricks up its sleeve.
We'll see how we go.
Just go for the kill.
I always go for the kill. Always make tough. Kill my bits. Okay. Oh, there he is. He's mad.
Same dodge.
Oh, and I'm off the edge.
Okay.
I didn't even get to try and kill him.
I can get out of this.
8 billion times, and I'm gonna do it another 8 billion times. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get past this point. I'm done.
Well, things weren't looking good. Although we narrowly avoided Amy's breaking point, tomorrow we'll find out exactly what it takes to reach her emotional limit. Nobody agreed that lives aren't but down either.
Probably the old stomping ground. Let's build some grounds.
So, my long debated mechanics.
Get there and refresh outside of the building. Why is that the case? Because I think it's some runbacks are much more annoying than others. Maybe greater surprise. Maybe have a thought on the other biggest golden point of all the time. Of course, but it's a big problem.
You saw me start it, but I can't wait it.
I'm not paying attention.
No, it's just the game is what it is.
Well, even still, say, what's with these dead bodies in my way? Even if I wanted to be on it, I don't get to practice killing this guy, but it's so frustrating getting there. The barrier to entry is way too high because I'm bad. It's like you gotta have some decent level of skill or extreme skill to get yourself here. Because right now I'm exhausted, I feel like I'm running out. I haven't even started.
Miyazaki himself used to have a great philosophy when it comes to difficulty that I love. He said things like, having the game be difficult was never the goal.
I think I'm in the clear.
What we set out to do is provide a sense of accomplishment. And also, hardship is what gives meaning to the experience. I want as many players as possible to feel the joy that comes from overcoming. Somebody wanting something, the hardship is following. No hardship, no good story. We said it to Amy. Fucking stupid. Anyway, finally it was time for the boss attempt number 1. So Amy had finally noticed the archers. This is big. A new strategy was to just sprint past all the enemies and go straight to the boss room. I was holding my breath because I know from experience that is harder than it looks.
And then I try to run past them and it doesn't feel right for me. They'll just chase me anyway. Dodge. Turn around.
Ooh, you actually made it.
I've got one flask left.
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Obviously.
What do you mean? Same case with those. you have to do it again.
Only way I could get Amy to keep going was by telling her one thing. If she made it back to the boss room alive, her 7,500 souls would be safe. The problem was, if she died on the way, the souls would be gone, and that would be catastrophic for the playthrough. I could tell Amy was on the verge of giving up completely, but I still needed her to have fun at some point. So for this next run back, the pressure was on for both of us.
Why am I actually dying though? Okay, now all I'm gonna do is die because you said don't die. Frustrated, I'm frustrated.
Look around.
Hang on, just so what? Oh no, I wasted it. I wasted it. Oh, jeez, they're everywhere. They're killing me. I'm literally dead. I'm actually done. I'm actually so mad right now. Who made this game?
You guys did aggro really late.
And now I have no money, and I don't have that boss win, and that I'm out, and I just want to die.
It was pretty unlucky the way that played out. It was kind of a classic Dark Souls game.
I don't even know what the point is. What is even the point?
Clearly, this had been a devastating blow for Amy. I want to say this was just an overreaction, but she had lost about 5 levels worth of souls. Level 13, this was almost half of her total power. It was a big loss, and knowing this was an unforced error made it hurt all the more. In the moment, because she was standing at the top of the ladder, I was sure she would just climb straight down, so I didn't think to say anything. Alas, who among us had snatched her back from the jaws of victory at some point? It turns out some of her fear was unfounded when she finally reached the boss room.
You're wrong. I don't have to do the boss win. I thought I had to do it.
But things were about to go from bad to worse.
This is stupid. You're what people chasing me.
So now that again, bam. This point, Amy continued to rant about how bad the game is, how bad for new players. And yes, I couldn't just notice that she was effortlessly weaving her way through every enemy. To the point where she made it all the way back to the boss room without taking a single hit, despite how easy she was. Amy had some time to improve. The previous one button down, kicking the left, opening up a two-way short. I noticed the end of the lock. As she approaches the doorway, I tell her to slow down, careful. Thank God she sees the ladder and kicks it down. This now allows her to skip the path she's been stuck on for almost 2 days. As she descended the ladder, I held my breath. What would Amy say when she realizes after all that, she's back in the same room from earlier? For most players, a moment of surprise and delight. You have traveled so far only to end up in the same place. Here's a magic trick. Here's one pulled off multiple times. This kind of level design is rare. One of the reasons this game is so beloved. Let's see what Amy thinks.
This looks the exact same everywhere I was before. Why am I in the exact same place as I was? Why is there anyone else?
Ooh, she couldn't care less. Actually, she seemed kind of mad, if anything. In an attempt to restore the vibes, I tell Amy there's a quick little souls farm she can do here with the dragon. If you run up the stairs and bait it into blasting the bridge with fire, you can get a quick 550 souls and then reset at the bottom. The whole loop takes about 40 seconds. Amy does this until she's gained 3 levels, putting 1 in health and 2 in strength. While farming, she couldn't help but reflect on her big loss.
It's just quite nice money. It's my own fault that I didn't. I lost the game. I also was really weak. I wasn't paying attention when I was really weak, so yes, it's my own fault that I don't have the money, but I did not know it was mean, and now I hate the game, so that's on them. But it's actually on me because I'm just bad. I killed a big guy, and that was huge for me.
Next, Amy starts exploring under the bridge. She finds the rats, gets poisoned, climbs the tower, and gets crushed by the black knight. With Amy's emotional state being low, she has very little patience for death. So when she asked me where I think she should go next, I told her that there is a way to get past the dragon. But it turns out even I was rustier than I thought.
You tricked me. Did you then?
Whoops, the fire alarm longer than you think. Okay, that was a bad coaching moment. Surely you can have 2 to go
Okay.
back? Yeah. Finally, Amy had secured a small win. Things were looking up. Her next challenge was to get past the armored dog.
Just a matter of time.
Amy continues upward and makes it further than she ever has before. After harassing me for direction, I tell her there's a new bonfire just up ahead. All she has to do is make it past these green gushers. How hard could it be?
What a waste.
Chaos.
I don't really want to even get to the stuff.
When Amy makes it all the way back to her cells, because she had run out of flasks, in a moment of desperation, she just runs for her life. Despite the chaos, somehow this works, and she actually makes it to the next bonfire.
At least one time I got money.
Amy heads downstairs, and I help her upgrade the battle axe to +2 at the blacksmith. This is a big increase in damage. Then she takes a moment to tell me how she's really feeling.
I feel like me just portraying is just like this. It's slightly redemptive.
Now they're hunting me.
So I'm just gonna but at the same time, I'm not going to also that was a huge blow.
Amy was moving up in the world, but tomorrow would be another huge difficulty fight. It was time to make some big discoveries and learn some painful lessons. At the start of day 4, Amy wants to test the strength of her new axe. So she heads back up to the parish and is happy to see that she can now kill these guys with a single bullet. She was 50 pounds, but in Dark Souls, there's always
stop
someone
tensing
a
up.
little bigger just around the corner.
Oh, wow. He's a big boy. Ooh, I'm dead. Snack me.
Amy heads back to retrieve her soul. This should be easy, as long as she doesn't get caught by the mob.
Okay.
Amy unconsciously knew how to dodge, but when asked about it directly, she didn't have no idea she's doing it. How can this go on? But I thought we had warned her for long. Well, I wouldn't have to wait as long as I thought. And at this point, Amy was committed to killing that stainless steel. After all, he had just killed her, and she was confident it was clear. So, the 1v1 in this game isn't as straightforward as it seems.
Dead. Ooh, God. Is that a big guy up there? Excuse me.
So there was another enemy for Amy to worry about. But in attempt 2, she would do something I never expected. Amy then grabs the Firekeeper soul and conveniently sees the nearby lift. She takes it straight back down to Firekeeper. Another special full circle moment that most gamers enjoy immensely. Amy, on the other hand, seems like she just revealed the polar leader, and all Amy could say was, some people just don't get it. To a great surprise, however, as soon as Amy notices the stairs, and follows her to investigate. Exactly where I wanted her to go next, in order to use the Firekeeper soul she had just met, and will upgrade her flask to give more health back to her drink, something she desperately needs. But you know, the person who can do this happens to be right here. I couldn't help but feel like this is the exact developer intended time. Game design is amazing. Anyway, now it's Wizard time, but to even get up to him was going to be a challenge, and that instead of retreating to heal, Amy went back in at low health.
Here they come.
And pointed this out to her, she made a surprising confession.
I'm honest with you. Backing up's really hard. I'm really fucking tricky to back off. Going back with you. The fact that I just wanted to roll and I just get myself.
Even after I suggest she dodge roll backwards to create space, Amy tells me it's too confusing and tricky and painful. Clearly, it's going to take a very difficult enemy to motivate her enough to learn the dodge. This had a few surprises in store. She'd actually killed all the weapons. Unfortunately, there's always a nearby enemy waiting to stab you in the back. This is where Amy asked me for some advice, so I suggest that we try going back to the shield. As she's not dodge rolling literally anything, maybe guarding with the shield would be a nice addition to her playstyle. She spent some time practicing this new technique, but remains skeptical of its effectiveness. As if a sign from the god, when heading back up, that a sign from the stairs, this means that Amy now has 2 dynamite shards and can upgrade her from 2 plus 3. This is nice because it currently takes 2 light attacks while to kill an armored gun. But by increasing damage, it will be a one-shot while also taking a one-handed light attack is slightly faster than a 2-handed counterpart, and more speed always equals more good. So after upgrading her weapon, Amy was stronger than ever. These little things won't know what hit them.
Follow up.
I got it. It's too slow. This is stupid. This is actually really dumb.
What Amy doesn't understand here is that every action takes a certain amount of time. So if you drink your flask, for example, you can't guard again until that animation is fully complete. So although Amy felt like she pressed block in time, her character simply wasn't ready. Okay, it's attempt 5, and I tell Amy that she has to fight the hollows in the corridor because clearly what she's doing isn't working. And although she doesn't like this idea, when she finally gets back to the wizard, she makes her stand at the first corner. What follows is some of the sloppiest fighting I have ever seen, and I know Sloppy. Amy takes some hits from the first wave, but actually dodge rolls backwards to gain some space. This is huge. She gets a quick heal,
Back to your
and luckily
business.
the lunging hollows miss her with their sword. Amy tries to counterattack but hits the wall with her axe. Not to worry, because the following light attack kills 4 enemies in one shot. Amy takes a few more hits, and again, to my surprise, dodge rolls back to create some space. This is incredible positioning from her. After another heal, she kills the last hollow and tells me how she feels.
I'm not really sure because I found them a bit tricky and they're actually a little bit too slimy for my liking.
But that was sloppy, but you got the job done.
You know what, I'd probably pumped on it because I'm one of them big wizard guy and I'll probably fight these guys again. So I'm not overly stoked on that. There's too many of them and I'm a bit bored.
But the wizard, in an act of desperation, dances himself straight off the edge, and it's when he's walking back up the corridor that Amy makes her move.
First for the buttons.
Amy takes the time to the floor, till she eventually finds the ladder, ultimately the neck boss. You're about to fight not one, but 2 giant and lethal enemies. Things will be bad. The only question was how bad.
Shook up. Yeah, wow. Okie dokie. He flies in the sky. I have absolutely zero strategy. I have no idea how to kill this guy.
With the shield seemingly not helping, Amy goes back to the one thing that works for the Taurus did. Two-hand the axe, stand at his feet, and hack away like your life depends on it. The difference was, we've come a long way from that bridge.
Oh, wow. It flies high and I go, why did you let him what the actual heck? What the actual heck? So sweaty.
Although Amy was getting decimated by the current boss, on the way back, I noticed she had now mastered the art of killing the wet boys. Something that was previously difficult for her now looked easy. When I complimented Amy on that fact, she took a moment to reflect on what she's learned from fighting these mutants. Excellent. It looks like you're noticing an opening was going from the back of the someone, or you'll expand the back of the thinking about.
I mean, when I roll back, it's easy to see. So then I go forward a little bit, but if there's no contact, and then I'm not as panicked as when they're all surrounding me. It's the stress that causes me to spam stuff. Where I go from one side to the other. And that it's just a bit of a panic moment, like an involuntary panic. So when I'm stepped back, I can actually think about what I want to do. I'm bad, but I'm not stupid.
Amy was still in good mode, so heads in for attempt 3. How much longer will this last though?
Just
Because
stay out of
I
their
knew
way
she
for
would
now.
have a long run getting this boss.
We'll see. It's another guy. This is probably the one. I love you.
Incredibly, even though Amy was struggling, she didn't mind. So when I suggested that we stop at the number, she said, no, let me go in one more time. Amy done so.
He's actually kind of a bit tough, actually. Just
Lights down.
it's like they're like, oh my he just destroyed me. Every move that I made with him, he got me, and it was worse than ever before. So I don't know how to kill him.
I think it's right. Things were looking hopeless. Except she still wasn't sure the most powerful skill in the game. So I tell her that tomorrow she would finally have to master the dodge roll. Well, she is one of the things managed to again. I haven't trained with it. years of today, Amy was still in a decently good mood, because as she looked back at Elden Ring, she was forced to admit one
Okay,
simple truth.
they're heading back.
This game's over. Elden Ring was meaningful, and this is also meaningful, but only just one meaningful.
I had a feeling that tomorrow would be the final day of the playthrough, because either Amy would kill this boss, or she would get stuck and walk away from Dark Souls forever. Like anyone, she can only endure defeat for so long, and if my coaching wasn't good enough to help, that would be entirely my fault. To begin our training, I explained that Amy's currently medium rolling, but needs to be light rolling. A lot of aka fast roll is better because the station is shorter, therefore notice is quicker. She also travels further along the way, which is better for positioning, and so if all that wasn't enough, your warp and sprint speed are both high roll is having sex, and medium roll is not having sex. So I tell all this to Amy, and now to actually start high rolling, all we have to do is block roll. The easiest way to do that is to just spend most of your time on all this. Enemy that I noticed the main downside of this strategy. Amy damage going to hit. I was afraid that if she couldn't take advantage of the light roll, it just made things way worse, not better. After the first group of enemies, the tension was rising, and Amy's still fighting me tooth and nail about her effing armor.
This was awful. I used so many flasks.
You have these a minute ago.
No, you say that I have to get off me. Ew.
Actually, how slow you're rolling. Way slow.
I don't mind it.
Okay, I don't care if you don't mind it. You need the light roll.
How can I laugh? How do I talk about it? I just can't see the stand side. It's really hard.
This is really professionally aligned.
So do you want me to enjoy the game? It is.
Amy had raised an annoyingly good point. I did want her to have fun, and if being shirtless was legitimately impacting that, I had to take it seriously. What I didn't realize at the time was that this was actually an incredibly powerful change, because when Amy was only wearing the pants, she was taking about twice as much damage, like I said, but now that she's swapped to the chest piece, she's only taking about 20% more damage. This was a miraculous last-minute save by Amy. In the moment, she even says to me that she thinks her character will take less damage wearing this top versus just the pants. Mostly to be polite, I said, yeah, probably. It wasn't until I reviewed the footage that I realized how insanely right she was. Once again, a woman's intuition is simply defeated. Thank God she'll never watch this video, because I would never hear the end of that. Eventually, as we reached the boss room, I gave Amy one thing to focus on. Try to roll behind the gargoyle. And that's it. Okay, so she does manage to dodge the opening attack, but when trying to punish the boss, accidentally drinks a flask instead of attacking. Throughout the fight, her next main combat problems are when trying to back up and heal. She's not quite moving far enough away, and also she's a little bit slow to initiate the drink. So even if there should be just enough time to get a heal in based on her distance, Amy's not quite pulling it off because of the delay. The other problem is that Amy is spamming dodge, and therefore rolling too many times. So even when she does dodge an attack, she doesn't have enough stamina to do a follow-up hit in that small window. Ultimately, while trying to back up and drink her last flask, she rolls straight off the edge. For attempt 2, Amy gets careless and dies to final wet bomb by staying in when she easily could have retreated to heal. That's Dark Souls, baby. If you relax even slightly too much, Miyazaki will punch you in the tits. Attempt 3, she does the most overall damage yet, but when rolling back in, is greeted with a giant ball of fire. But first she's ever done, and now that they've used the fire attack, Amy's seen everything these gargoyles have to offer. Execution. The only problem was, Amy felt like in reality, execution was impossible. Step 4 is more of the same, and at this point she wasn't reacting much. Just when I thought maybe she was keeping her cool, it turns out it was actually so much worse. On our way back from Step 7, Amy tells me how she's feeling.
But I'm not even rolling anywhere. I'm not really getting anywhere. Improving, and I don't understand what he's doing. He's so erratic that I can't. There's no pattern that I can follow. I'm just taking a stab in the dark every time, so it feels really hard to try and don't have the skill of how to move. I don't really understand how to control and interact with the game. So all of this is theoretical and it sounds good in theory, but my execution is so poor.
A major part of Dark Souls combat is slowly learning an enemy's moveset over time. Now that I knew that Amy was actually
Just
kind of
about
looking
your
this
business.
game, I had little hope this dodge strategy could ever work. So I tell her to try a few more times, and if she didn't improve, I had one final technique up my sleeve. So by doing her best, Amy wasn't able to make any meaningful progress on the boss. Not only that, but she was getting increasingly more frustrated. I told her it's time to bring in the shield. Although light rolling was powerful, there was one strategy left that's arguably more effective, the
Here they
shield.
come.
When I started doing this in my own playthrough, it trivialized 80% of the combat immediately. The premise is simple. Hold block and straight. That's it. No dodging required. The reason this works is that most enemies do a quick 180 once you're behind them, and if they attack you while you're blocking, it eats a little stamina, but no health. So it's low risk, high reward, and easier to execute than trying to time a dodge roll. I explained all this to Amy, but with way less detail. Naturally, after all this information, Amy's brain had melted. But I had high hopes that if she could just stick with it, this new strategy could be exactly what she needed. But if this didn't work, between you and me, I was completely out of ideas. All I could do was watch and pray. Try to shield up. That's a good punishment. Good, keep going. There, that'll be punishment. Okay, shield up. Good, that's you. This is good. Good, another dodge. Oh, this is we've got this track.
I can't see where I am. I couldn't even see him.
Really good, and oh my god, this is your strategy. He barely hit you. This was it. I knew we had finally cracked it. It was only a matter of time before this boss was toast. But despite this obvious breakthrough, Amy tragically had no faith in her own ability at this point. Level different.
I'm a deflated, shriveled little balloon.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so hard. I'm actually so bad, and I don't play games, and I'm playing a really hard game.
Even though I was optimistic, it wasn't a good sign when this happened.
Gee.
At this point in the evening, we've been recording for almost an hour. I told her that this would be her last attempt. When Andy once again almost died to the wet boys, my expectations were low. The shield scrape had proven itself to be. I knew anything was possible.
And even then, there wasn't really a cutscene. It was strange. I still don't really understand. I feel like I've played a decent amount. It feels odd to still know what's going on.
At the end of the day, I asked Amy the most important question. Did she have fun at any point?
What was fun was actually maybe that first boss, because it was not that crazy, but it was actually crazy that I actually did it, but then it immediately turned not fun.
Just stay out of their way for now.
And then it was downhill because I didn't mind fighting some of the little guys because I could do it. When something was a little bit hard, but I was able to still achieve it, that was nice. But with the big one, it just feels so impossible. That feels pretty deflating. I didn't know there was something on the screen where I did it. But it was
Handy?
really rewarding in saying that I could do it.
So I hit some subscribe right now, or Amy will go live on TikTok and call you a little puss. If you want to see her playthrough of Elden Ring, the game she hated above all others, that video is on screen now.
Get out of this. If they come this way... Keep quiet now. fascinating, if they weren't looking for me. Calm, calm. Might need that. That's got their attention.
What was that? You hear that? I'm going in. Heard something.
Low and quiet does it. You'll do. Fresh as it comes.
Heard something.
Don't mind me.
Got something. driving myself mad. Someone here? Are you gonna hide like a coward, or come out and fight?
You can see them. They can't see you. All right.
Someone here? Heard something. Gotta relax.
A little something.
Who's there? Huh? Hmm? Nothing there, idiot. What was that? You cannot run. Still here? The search is on. You see anything?
Can breathe again. Move along now.
Can't have gone far. Look around. Farewell, fool. Anyone see anything? That Nora's above us. Where is she? You'll regret it. Ah! else you're fired.
Fuck.
Follow my lead. Get ready. Disappeared. This will go. I'm out. The sun can't save you now. Where'd you go? Someone likes to play hide and seek. There! She's gotten above us! Nearly had you. Don't waste my time. I'm gonna find you anyway. She's on the move. Your end has come.
lost contact.
Heavy. Hits hard, too. This has to be where they're holding Olin's family. A quick way down. bolted, but I've got the key. Come on, come on. We heard the commotion outside. You're not one of them. Who are you? Don't be afraid. I'm gonna get you out of here. I hadn't given up on hope, but I'd forgotten the taste of it. Is it safe for us to leave? The eclipse won't be stopping you. Then it's over. Just like that. You've ended our bondage, but why? Your husband asked me for help. Come on. He'll be here soon. Should give me the upper hand. Hardy little plant. You'll help.
I heard the fighting stop.
Olin! You brought him back to us. Thank you. There's no need to thank me.
I've much to confess. I accepted a devil's bargain. And others paid the price.
And you think I don't know? I heard them talk.
You know there's always been dirt on my hands. Now there's blood too.
Take your son up in those hands. Come back to the claim with us. You should listen to your wife, Olin.
But Helis and his demons. I am honor-bound to help you, Aloy. With what little honor a dicer like me has.
Olin, whatever your debts, you don't owe them to me now. Go with your family. Show them you're a better man.
Farewell, Aloy. Your mother. I hope you find her before they do. I heard the fighting stop.
Olin! You brought him back to us. Thank you. There's no need to thank me.
I've much to confess.
And you think I'd...
You know there's always been...
You should listen to...
But Helis...
Olin...
Farewell.
I'll take this. Good. I can use this. Need them soon enough. These are helpful. Bitter, though. That's it. Nothing to see here. I'll tuck that away. I gotta find a way to override more machines. Good for an old remedy. Nutritious.
I can't say it's night. A minute ago.
Got one. That'll keep my stomach quiet. Tough, but I'm used to it.
What are those? I literally couldn't see anything inside the building. I can see before. I can.
A pocket shitstorm tour, day 6. I was fresh out of rehab when we saw the metallurgists play the Hearts Wayfarers. New Jersey looked pretty funny. Hopefully you're sorry.
Brew that up later. Definitely awake now. Red light means trouble. I thought they'd go on forever. again. Pass the test. Here's good. Now the hunting me. I think I'm in the clear. They're scanning for me. Uh-oh, spotted.
Fuck.
Never know when I might need these. Oh, useful. Saving these for the trail. Low and quiet does it. These will keep.
Stay focused.
Save these for the trail. Look out below! Good meat. This'll last. Saving these for the trail. Easier when I was a kid. Look at this. And one of these. I'll find a use for you.
Who's up there?
Tasty. Rain stopping. Knew it wouldn't last.
Bad feeling. There's something out there. here? Freaking myself out.
What's the matter with the captives now? Sick again?
So, guess it was in my noggin.
What was that?
I thought...
I think this one's dead.
Spotted trouble, let's get her! Regroup!
here. Looks like I'm clear.
Is something out there? I'll find you. Quit pissing around and show yourself.
She went that way.
I did tell you we'd meet again.
Nil. Still hunting bandits?
Oh, yes. I've been sharpening my blade, anticipating the scent of the fight. Don't get me wrong, these scum are odorous. A little panic and desperation really sets it off, though. Like an incense.
So, what's your knife called?
Why would someone name a knife?
So much for small talk.
Are you ready?
Just don't think this means I enjoy it.
Don't worry. We'll take your secret to their graves.
Brains will take forever to dry. Can't be too prepared.
Come out, wherever you are! Is there something hiding in the grass?
Am I hearing things?
We're under attack!
You're forgotten the second you fall.
Come on!
Still sniffing around.
I'm gonna find you, then you'll be sorry. Always one that gets away.
Why? Why? Huh? They're leaving.
I thought...
The bandits brought their prisoners here.
Contact! Looky who can climb!
Don't let him sneak off.
But enough anticipation.
They're still looking.
Come on, Vince. Grass won't save you.
Got you a present!
can't override that machine. But if I could learn more about it... Which gets past them. Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me. That's it. I'm already gone. no haze. White as bone. That thought got dark.
My own damn fault. Should have got out of there quick.
See anything you like? Sure you do. seen them.
Next time, I'll
The
remember.
corruption hangs off the machines like loops of guts. It drives them mad.
Curiosity. For dreamers, not for braves. It hurts now, but I'm all the wiser for it. Curiosity is the dream.
Might regret this. Helpful. Here they come. That's it. Nothing to see here.
Don't give up!
The Pocket Shitstorm Tour, Day 3. I was 13 when I broke in and vandalized this place. Me and that kid, I think his name was Star. It was my first arrest. A real banner day for the Mahdi family. What a messed up kid I was.
Nowhere more enema than the killing field.
save this for later. Start. There's... That'll help. And there's the rain. Off you go. Tasty.
What's up?
This'll wash away the scent for now. Nutritious.
And one of these. Who, me? I can get out of this. They're hunting me. Again.
This will do nicely. Can stop tensing up.
Peace out. Peace out.